endeavor with grace. And so, before the dance, before the rhythm, before anything else, there is prayer. We are truly blessed to have with us this evening someone whose voice itself is a form of devotion. Ganesh ji has graced us with his presence tonight, and we could not think of a more beautiful or more blessed way to open this evening than with his voice leading us in prayer. I now request Ganesh ji to please fill this space with his music and set the most perfect tone for everything that is to follow.
भजो मधुर हरिनाम हरिनाम हरि 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 नाम भजो Hari Nam, Hari Nam, Hari Nam, Bhajo Madhur Hari Nam, Bhajo Madhur Hari Nam, Bhajo Madhur Hari Nam, Bhajo Madhur Hari Nam, Nirantar Bhajo Madhur Hari Nam, Bhajo Madhur Hari Nam, Nirantar Bhajo Madhur Hari Nam, सरल भाव से सरल भाव से सरल भाव से सरल भाव से हरि भजे जो सरल भाव से हरि भजे जो पावे सो सुख राम निरंतर पावे सो सुख राम निरंतर भजो मधुर हरि नाम निरंतर भजो मधुर हरि नाम। हरि ही सुख है, हरि ही शांति, हरि ही सुख है, हरि ही शांति, हरि ही सुख है, हरि ही सुख है, हरि ही सुख है, हरि ही सुख है, हरि ही शांति, हरि ही प्राणाराम, हरि ही प्राणाराम निरंतर, हरि ही प्राणाराम निरंतर, हरि ही प्राणाराम निरंतर, हरि ही प्राणाराम निरंतर भजो मधुर हरि नाम निरंतर भजो मधुर हरि नाम भजो मधुर हरि नाम निरंतर भजो मधुर हरि नाम। हरि ही पाप से, हरि ही पाप से मुक्त करे जो, हरि ही पाप से, हरि ही पाप से, हरि ही हरि ही पाप से मुक्त करे जो, हरि ही पाप से मुक्त करे जो, भजन करे हरि नाम निरंतर, भजन करे हरि नाम निरंतर, भजन करे, भजन करे हरि नाम, हरि नाम, हरि हरि नाम निरंतर निरंतर, भजन करे हरि नाम निरंतर, भजन करे हरि नाम निरंतर, भजन करे हरि नाम निरंतर, भजो मधुर हरि नाम निरंतर, भजो मधुर हरि नाम। सरल भाव से, सरल भाव से, सरल भाव से, सरल भाव से हरि भजे जो, पावे सो सुख राम निरंतर, भजो मधुर हरि नाम निरंतर, भजो मधुर हरि नाम। विठ्ठल 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 विठ्ठल
Hello. Thank you, Ganesh ji, for that beautiful composition. I think it was the perfect beginning to this beautiful evening. Every story has a beginning. And for Richa's story, that beginning is this woman. There is very little I can say about my mother that those of you in this room don't already know. She is the kind of person who holds everything and everyone together, quietly and completely. But tonight, she is not just a host or an organizer or the reason this evening exists. Tonight, she is simply a mother watching her daughter on stage, and I think that is the most beautiful thing in this room right now. I now invite my mother to come up and share a few words about my sister Richa and about what this evening means to her.
ओम नमः शिवाय। मुझे तो लगता है शायद मैं गजनी हो गई हूँ और सब कुछ भूल गई हूँ। एनीवे, सुस्वागतम। यहाँ प्रेजेंट जितने लोग हैं सभी का मैं स्वागत करती हूँ। बड़ों को प्रणाम और छोटों को शुभ आशीर्वाद और हम उम्र को हाई फाई, थोड़ा धक्का मुक्की। और रिचा के बारे में तो मैं क्या बोलूँ। रिचा जब छोटी थी तो चलने से पहले उसने बोलना शुरू किया था। चलना उसने लेट से शुरू किया था एक्चुअली, बट जब बोलती थी तो कम नहीं, 1 साल से पहले ही उसने गाना शुरू कर दिया था। देन अगेन नर्सरी के सारे राइम्स उसे याद थे। तब उसके पापा शिप पे हुआ करते थे, मर्चेंट नेवी में, तो वो गाना गाती थी। तब तो मोबाइल उतना नहीं था। फ़ोन पे गाना सुनाती थी वो, पापा जल्दी आ जाना, 7 समुंदर पार के गुड़ियों के बाजार से हाथी घोड़ा लाना ना लाना, पापा जल्दी आ जाना। बट चलना उसने शुरू नहीं किया था। तो मुझे अभी भी याद है जब उसका फर्स्ट बर्थडे था तो मैं खुद उसको गोद में लेके और उसको पूजा कराई थी, ये मुझे याद है। पर चलना उसने शुरू नहीं किया था। 13 महीने हो गए, उसके हम उम्र लोग चलना शुरू कर दिए थे। इनफैक्ट उनसे छोटों बच्चों ने भी चलना शुरू कर दिया था। तब मुझे थोड़ी टेंशन हुई थी कि रिचा चल क्यों नहीं पा रही है। तो उससे जब छोटे बच्चे ने चलना शुरू किया तो मैं एक दिन बस रूम में बैठी, उसको दूर थोड़े खड़ी करके बैठा के मैं उसको बोलने लगी कि रिचा तुम क्यों नहीं चल पा रही हो, चलो तुम्हें चलना चाहिए, देखो तुमसे छोटे बच्चे भी अब चल रहे हैं, तुम क्यों नहीं चल पा रही हो। पता नहीं तब उस छोटी बच्ची ने क्या समझा नहीं समझा, ये मुझे पता नहीं, बस वो खड़ी हो गई और दौड़ के वो मेरे पास आ गई। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि माँ के लिए वो खुशी का ठिकाना। और तब से वो दौड़ ही रही है, क्योंकि चलना तो उसने सीखा ही नहीं। और चलने से लेके दौड़ने तक और दौड़ने से लेके कथक तक का सफ़र उसने अपने गुरु के संरक्षण में बहुत मेहनत से तय किया है। और गुरु के बारे में तो मैं क्या ही कहूँ, जो जितना कहूँ कम ही है। मैं उनके तारीफ में मेरे पास कोई शब्द नहीं है, मैं निशब्द हूँ। वो ऐसा लगेगा जैसे मैं सूरज को दिया दिखा रही हूँ। और बस मैं चाहूँगी आप ऋचा को, सभी लोगों से अनुरोध है, ऋचा को आशीर्वाद दें, इस क्षण का आनंद ले और इसे अविस्मरणीय बनाएं। धन्यवाद।
हर खनक के पीछे एक खामोश जंग होती है। मंच पर जो मुस्कुराहट दिखती है वो आसान नहीं होती। Hi everybody, my name is Shraddha. I am Richa's little sister and I will be your host for this beautiful evening. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this joyous occasion, the KATHAK RANGAPRAVESH of my sister, her debut solo recital. They say that dance is the poetic bearing of the soul through motion. Kathak is a beautiful form that can open one's heart and mind to the beauty of all creation, using a vocabulary of graceful movement, subtle expression, and complex tempo in amalgamation with the rhythm of the cosmos. The achievement of Ranga Pravesh signifies much more than the acquirement of certain skills in a performing art. It is a long and sustained immersion in the art and science of living. It signifies new beginnings in a dancer's journey, a new relationship between the art form and the performer. It is a time to be thankful for all that made today possible, and also a time to be enthusiastic and hopeful for all that is to come. Before we begin, allow me to introduce our leading lady for the evening, Richa. As my mother said, Richa began talking before she began walking. Soon, movement became just as natural to her as words. Her journey with Kathak began at the age of 7, and over the years, it has become the defining thread of her life. In 2017, she joined the Sámám Center for Movement and Dance, where she has trained under the devoted guidance of Shri Murari Sharan Gupta ji. His mentorship has shaped her into a disciplined, expressive, and deeply committed Kathak dancer. Richa has also had the privilege of attending workshops conducted by the legendary Padma Vibhushan, late Pandit Birju Maharaj ji, and performing in his presence. As a proud member of the Sámám ensemble, she has performed on several stages, including representing the group at the 30th New Prague Dance Festival, where their entire team won first place. She is also completing her Sangeet Prabhakar from Prayag Sangeet Samiti, Allahabad. The stage has always called to Richa in many forms. She has won several laurels for stage plays, street plays, and mime, and has worked with top production houses in Bangalore. During her 5-year career as a product manager at Grow, she has hosted several prominent events. Yet through it all, it is dance that has remained her constant. Her love for movement extends far beyond the stage. An avid trekker, Richa has successfully summited 3 Himalayan peaks, experiences that reflect the same perseverance, strength, and quiet determination she brings to her dance. Though the demands of her professional life briefly drew her away from studio, her return to Kathak was marked by renewed clarity and purpose. What began as a childhood discipline became a conscious, enduring choice, an art form through which she found expression, grounding, and a profound sense of self. Today, on the 19th of July 2026, almost 2 decades after her journey with dance began, Richa's Kathak Rangapravesh marks a new beginning, a celebration of the art form that has remained her constant through every chapter of her life. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please welcome Richa with a huge round of applause? Before we commence today's event, we will begin by invoking the blessings of the divine, our gurus, our tradition, and the art that has brought us together this evening. I now invite Guru Murari Sharan Gupta ji, our parents, and our Nana ji and Nani ji to light the ceremonial lamp.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देवा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देवा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
Hello. One of the many delights of a classical dance performance is the accompaniment of live music. Tonight, Richa is accompanied by gifted musicians who breathe life into every composition. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our talented musicians. On the Padhant and Pakhavaj, we have Guru Shri Murari Sharan Gupta ji. On the vocal, we have Shri Ganesh Desai ji. On the tabla, we have Shri Pratik Mukherjee. On the sitar, we have Shri Subramanya Hegde ji. On the flute, we have Shri Samarth ji. On the rhythm pad, we have Shri Mickey Johnson ji. And on the sarangi, we have Om Sahai ji. आप सबको हमारा आदरणीय प्रणाम. Namaste. Kathak is one of the 8 classical dance forms of India, traditionally said to have originated in the performances of the nomadic bards of North India. The very word Kathak comes from Katha, meaning story. Present-day Kathak is the enriched result of an amalgamation of cultures, a dance form in which Tal and Bhav are equal partners. This exquisite dance form juxtaposes the qualities of softness, grace, and subtlety, what we call nazakat or khubsurti, with vigor, fast pirouettes, statesque poses, and intricate footwork set to complex time cycles. A Kathak performance traditionally begins with the dancer offering homage to the divine. It then alternates between Nritta, pure dance performed for aesthetic effect, highlighting footwork, chakkar and laikari, and Nritya, interpretative dance when meaning is expressed through movement, and Abhinaya, the language of expression. All compositions are so designed that the final step and beat lands on the sum, the first and most powerful beat of the cycle. Rhythmic words called bols serve as mnemonics, and their recitation, called Padhant, is an integral part of every performance. Every journey begins with an invocation. Before movement, there is stillness. Before rhythm, there is prayer. We begin this evening the way all great things begin, by seeking the blessings of the Devi. Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Shakti Rupena Samasthita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namah. She who dwells in all beings as power, we bow to her again and again. But for Richa, this is not merely a classical opening. It is deeply, personally hers. Every year, as the season of the Devi arrives, during Durga Puja, our mother fasts and prays, a ritual of devotion that has filled our home with a particular kind of energy for as long as we can remember. Richa truly believes that it is the women in her life who have made her the powerhouse she is, the Shakti that moves through all of them, seen and unseen. And so today, before a single ghungru rings, before a single footstep falls, she offers this to the Devi, to the women who raised her, to the force that she believes has made every riyaz possible, every early morning worthwhile, and every moment of doubt turn into faith. Jai Jai Jag Janani Devi, hail to the mother of the world, she who is served by gods, humans, sages, and demons alike. She who bestows devotion and liberation. She who removes all fear, the eternal Kalika. This Devi Stuti is a devotional hymn composed and attributed to Tulsidas, sung in the voice of the legendary Pandit Ajoy Chakraborty and Ustad Suresh Vadkar. Presented in Ek Tal and set to Rag Jai Jaivanti, a rag that carries within it the essence of deep devotion and quiet surrender. Ladies and gentlemen, Jai Jai Jagjanani Devi.
ಜಯ ಜಯ ಜಗ ಜನನಿ ದೇವಿ ಸುರನರ ಮುನಿ ಅಸುರ ಸೇವಿ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಮುಕ್ತಿದಾಯಿನಿ ಭವ ಹರಣಿ ಕಾಲಿಕಾ ಮಂಗಲ ಮುದ ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ಸದನಿ ಪರ್ವ ಶರ್ವರೀಶ ಸದನಿ ತಾಪತಿಮಿರ ತರುಣ ತರಣಿ ಕಿರಣ ಮಾಲಿಕಾ जननी देवी सुरनर मुनि असुर सेवे भक्ति मुक्ति दायिनी भय हरणि कालिका जय जय जग जननी देवी सुरनर मुनि असुर सेवे भक्ति मुक्ति दायिनी भय हरणि कालिका मंगल मुद सिद्धि सदनि पर्व शर्वरीश सदनि तापति मीर तरुण तरणि किरण मालिका जय जय जग जननी देवी सुर नर मुनि असुर सेवे भक्ति मुक्ति दायिनी भय हरणि कालिका मंगल मुद सिद्धि सदनि पर्व शर्वरीश सदनि तापति मीर तरुण तरणि किरण मालिका जय जय जग जननी देवी शर्म करकृपाण शूलशीलधनुषबाण धरणि धरणि दानवदल रणकराळिका पूतना पिशाच प्रेत डाकिनी शाकिनी समेत भूतग्रह बेताल खग मृगाल जालिका जय जय जग जननी देवी सुरनर मुनि असुर सेवी भक्ति मुक्ति दायिनी भयहरणि कालिका मंगल मुद सिद्धि सदनि पर्व शर्वरीश सदनि तापति मीर तरुण तरणि किरण मालिका जय जय जग जननी देवी जय महेश भामिनी अनेक रूपदामिनी जय महेश भामिनी अनेक रूपदामिनी समस्त लोक स्वामिनी हिमशैल बालिका रघुपति पद परम प्रेम तुलसी यह अचल नेम देहु वै प्रसन्न पाहि प्रणत बालिका जय जय जग जननी देवी सुरनर मुनि असुर सेवी भक्ति मुक्ति दायिनी भयहरणि कालिका जय जय जग जननी देवी सुरनर मुनि असुर सेवी भक्ति मुक्ति दायिनी भयहरणि कालिका मंगल मुद सिद्धि सदनि पर्व शर्वरीश सदनि तापति मीर तरुण तरणि किरण मालिका किरण मालिका किरण मालिका जय जय जग जननी देवी
What a beautiful performance. In Kathak, rhythm is not the background to the dance, it is the dance. Every tal, every time cycle has its own personality, its own weight and color. Teen tal is symmetrical and steady. Jhap tal is brisk and spirited. And then there is dhamal, ancient, asymmetric, and majestic. But before we move into this performance, I need to tell you that no matter how far we go, no matter how much we achieve, we always begin at the feet of those who came before us. It is their love, their sacrifices, and their prayers that have quietly made every moment of tonight possible. I would like to call upon stage my Nana ji, Anil, and my Nani ji to please come forward so that our parents may honor them. Because the blessings flow both ways, and every elder in this room tonight has had a hand in bringing us to this moment. Can we please have them on stage? Can we please have Anil, Nana, and Nani to come on stage?
Guess they are not here, Richa.
Yeah, okay.
Shraddha.
Dhamar Tal is a
Okay, one
14
second,
beat
one
time
second, one
cycle.
second. Yeah, I think he's here.
Dhamar Tal is a 14-beat time cycle grouped in an unusual and powerful 5-2-3-4 pattern. It belongs to the tradition of Dhrupad, one of the oldest and forms of Hindustani classical music, and is historically associated with the spirit of Holi, the festival of color, of Krishna and Radha, of playful divinity. Its very structure resists easy prediction. Just when the rhythm feels settled, it shifts. It demands from the dancer not just precision, but deep listening, an intimate conversation with the tabla and the tal, beat by breath. The compositions presented in Dhamar Tal include the Utthan, the That, intricate parans, and tihais, each one crafted to highlight the asymmetric beauty of this cycle, each one landing exactly, perfectly on the sum. To present Dhamar Tal in a Rangapravesh is to declare mastery. It is one of the most technically demanding offerings a Kathak dancer can make. And tonight, Richa makes it with grace. Ladies and gentlemen, Dhamar Tal.
Din ta dan 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 dit dit ta dit dit ta dit dit ta na din din da na din din da na din din da dit din din ta dan 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 dit dit ta dit dit ta dit dit ta na din din da na din din da na din din da dit din din da dan 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 dit dit ta dit dit ta dit dit ta din din da na din din da na din din da dit din din da nada 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 na dit dit ta nada 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 na dit dit ta da da din ta kid da dit da 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 din ta kid da dit da 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 din ta kid da dit da 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 da.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. I think 7 years old. It's been told when I started this, and I don't think that little girl would have even dreamt or dared to be here. But here I am doing my Rangapravesh, and it's all thanks to God Almighty, my parents, my Guruji here, and also I think a performer is nothing without the ensemble they have. So wonderful musicians. So and it's so kind of all of you to bear Bangalore traffic and be here, because I know how unkind Bangalore traffic can be. And it's going to be a long night, so please bear with all of us. A lot of effort and hard work has gone into pulling this night off, and if a lot of you can sit through 3 hours of Dhurandhar, I'm sure you can sit through this. This is our Indian culture, our Indian heritage, so I hope you have a very lovely night. So today I'll be presenting Dhamar Tal. Dhamar Tal, okay, first of all, what is a Tal, right? So just like you say an hour has 60 minutes, similarly in Kathak, in music and dance, we have Tal, which is nothing but a time cycle which has a specific number of beats called matras. So like Shraddha very kindly mentioned, the Dhamar Tal has 14 matras and it's asymmetrical in nature. So every tal has, like in English you have punctuations, it has vibhags, just to give it a beat in the middle, which is represented by talis and khalis. So here the division is asymmetrical in nature. What it means is the vibhags are divided into 5, 2, 3, 4. And that's how we say it on our hand as well. So when you see the compositions here, they will be multiples of 14. And I will be presenting multiple compositions here. So please enjoy, clap where you like, cheer where you like. So presenting Dhamar Tal. Ka, dhi, ta, tha. Ga, ti, ta, tha.
Ka, dhi, ta, tha. Uthan, ti, ta, ta. Ka, dhi, ta, tha. Ga, ti, ta. Ti, ta. Ka, dhi, ta, tha. Ga, ti, ta. Takita, dikita, takataka, takita, dikita, ka. Takita, dikita, takataka, takita, dikita, ta. Takita, ta, takita, ka. Takita, dikita, takataka, takita, dikita, ta. Takita, dikita, ta. Takita, dikita, ka. Takita, dikita, takataka, takita, dikita, ta. Takita, dikita, ta. Takita, dikita, ta. Takita, dikita, takataka, takita, dikita, ta. Takita, dikita, ta. Takita, dikita, ta. Takita, dikita, takataka, takita, dikita, ta. Takita, dikita, ta. Ta, tit, ta.
I'll be presenting a Paramelu in Dhamar.
Ti, ta, ta.
Ka, dhi, ta, tha. Ga, ti, ta, ta. Ta tunga tunga, digga digga tunga, ta tunga tung, digga digga te ta, te ta te ta te. Ta tunga tunga, digga digga tunga, ta tunga tung, digga digga te ta te ta te ta te. Ta tunga tunga, digga digga tunga, ta tunga tunga, digga digga ta te ta te.
Ta tunga tunga, digga digga tunga, ta tunga tunga, digga digga te ta te ta te te ta te. ta tunga tunga digga digga tunga ta tunga tunga digga digga de ta de ta de ta de ta tunga tunga digga digga tunga ta tunga tunga digga digga de ta de ta ta thi ta tha ga ti ta ta ga thi ta ta ga ti ta ta ga thi ta ta ga ti ta tiga da thế thì can da ka da can da ka da can da ka ti do ti cha pa che sa a no tiga da thế thì can da ka da can da ka da can da ka ti do ti cha pa che sa a no tiga da thế thì can da ka da can da ka da can ti do ti cha pa che sa a no ga ti ta ta ga ti ta ta ti ta ga ti ta ta ga ti ta ta Katada takit digit takit digit again takit digit takit digit again takit digit da katada takit digit takit digit again takit digit again takit digit da katada takit digit again takit digit again takit digit da digga digga tay da day a tay digga digga tay da day da tay da tay da tay da tay da tay da da hi da da ga ti da da
A small chakkar tukra. Thi ta ha ga ti ta ha ta ta te tiga digi te ta ta te tiga digi te ta te ta ta te a te ta ta te te ta ta te do तीन चार पाँच छः सात आठ नौ
10
11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24
25 ti ta tha ti ta ta ga ti ta tha ga ti ta ta ga ti ta tha ga ti ta ta ti ta a ti ta ta ti ti da gre ta ta ti ti da gre ta ti ta ta ti a ti ta ta ti ti ta ti ta ti ti ta ta ti do तीन चार पाँच छः सात आठ नौ 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 da 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 na din din da 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 ti ti da da ga ti da da ga ti da din da da ti ki ta ki da na din din da ta ki ti ki ta ki da na din din da ta ki
tha ta ka thum ka ta ki ta ka ta ki ta ka ta ki ta ka a ti ta ka ta ga di na da ta hey ta ta hey a hey ta ta hey hey ka hey hey
ta ta
hey ta hey hey
ta ta
hey ta
hey hey ta ka
एक तिहाई ka thi ta tha ka ti ta 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 ki ta ki ta ta ki ta ta ki ta ki ta ki tha te tha ta ki ki ta tha te tha ta ki ki ta ki tha te tha ta ki ki ta ta ki ta ta ki ta ki tha te tha ta ki ki ta ki tha te tha ta ki ki ta ki tha te tha ta ki ki ta ta ki ta ta ki tha te tha ta ki ta ki tha te tha
da din da ka da din da ka ti da din da ka ti da ka ti da din da ka ti da din da da din da ka da din da ka ti da ka ti da so da da.
और छोटा सा चक्कर टुकड़ा
धा धा ति का धी टा धा आ
गा ती टा ती का ता तत थे तिगा थे ता थे तत थे तिगा थे ता थे ता थे थे आ थे ता थे थे ई या थे तत थे ई या थे तत थे ई या
थे तत
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28
का धी टा धा गा ती टा ता का धी टा धा गा ती टा ता ka ti ta ta ka ti ta 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 te 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 te ya te ya te ta ta te ya te ta ta te ya te te ta ta 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 54, 55,
"14 beats, an ancient, asymmetric, majestic time cycle, and Richa owned every single one of them. Once again, a huge round of applause for that electrifying performance. Some bonds go back further than most, and we are truly honored to have Miss Nadan with us this evening. Miss Nadan was Richa's PT teacher in school, and while that may have been almost 12 years ago now, her presence here tonight is a full circle moment in the most beautiful sense. The teachers who believe in us early on leave a mark that lasts a lifetime. And we are so glad that you are here with us today, Miss Nadan. On a side note, I am sure that those of you who know Richa closely, she would have corrected your grammar a lot when you said me and someone and said that it is someone and I. Well, it was actually Miss Nadan who corrected her. When Richa said me and Ria, Miss Nadan set the record straight. She said that it's Ria and I, dear. The donkey comes last. It is now my pleasure to call upon Miss Nadan to say a few words about our dear Richa.
I've had the privilege of teaching Richa in class 7, 8, 9, and 10 at Baldwin Girls High School as a sports teacher. As a sports teacher, art is very different. Sports, it's straightforward. Though I enjoy song and dance, I never pursued learning a complex art form like classical dance. Dance is different and more complex because you have to do all that while feeling deep emotions in every dance you're present. I find it apt to quote Albert Einstein, who said, "Dancers are the athletes of God." Through their dedication and perseverance, they keep art alive. I have known Richa from class 7 onwards. She was elected as a leader in school during all these years. She was very active in theatre, representing her house, that is Western House, in street plays and stage plays across multiple years and winning laurels for the school. She has also hosted various school events and performed in Hindi Divas and other cultural programs. She has participated in debates and several Olympiads and quiz. She was the vice captain of Western House and received the Best Vice Captain Award and the Most Outgoing Student Award at graduation. This is a big achievement for her in school days. She also secured first rank in her class from standard 5 to standard 10. That's a great achievement with everything that she's got. I would say that she was an all-rounder. I would also like to appreciate her parents for always encouraging her to pursue towards her passion. I'm very happy and proud to know that she decided and trained to learn Kathak from the age of 7 and that she has been trained by Guru Shri Murari Sharan Gupta ji. Thank you. I wish her all the very best in her Kathak journey and may she continue to bring joy to her audience. May God continue to bless you, Richa.
Thank you, Ms. Nathan, for that beautiful speech. Family is the foundation of every celebration, and there is no one who embodies that more warmly than Ankit Bhaiya, our cousin, our Bhaiya, someone who has always shown up for us in the most thoughtful ways. An AI fanatic at heart, he is always ahead of the curve, always curious, always excited about what the world is becoming. We are so glad to have him here tonight to celebrate Richa. I would now like to call Ankit Bhaiya on stage to speak a few words about Richa.
Hey everyone. So the performance was really mind-blowing. I was completely thrilled. So have never seen Richa performing at home. So it's definitely very much new to me out here. And what I have seen from early on is she has been really active, really thrilling in all she take. She has a lot of enthu in participating, a lot of activities. So we keep on getting invite of going to track almost each other months. And here's another thing with me is my wife's name is also surprisingly Richa. And when both any family gatherings, when we say Richa, so both Richa say yes. It's just like to Alexa and to Google Assistant at home. So it's too fun out here with both of us having sharing the same name and same very active relationship with both of these people. And coming to me, I'm Richard's cousin brother. So I came over here in Bangalore back in 27. And since then, I have known my uncle and aunt, and both have been guiding me through whole of my engineering career. And then after that, both of them have guided me through a lot of things across life, across professional life. And then after college, I started my company, then took an exit from early company after a couple of years. And then after that, again, I started another company. And right now, I'm working out here from Bangalore. My wife is also out here, and my brother who is also here in this performance. So we all together share a very common enthu of having a lot of new things, learning together. And further to this, I'm completely thrilled. 18 years of so much of dedication of Richa. So if you can think of, we keep on thinking, doing a lot of things apart from our personal life, our education and everything. And we keep on forgetting each year, taking each new steps. But again, we come back. But here for 18 years, this dedication, I could say it's a really big success, not only for Richa, but for Atul uncle and Ruby auntie and Shraddha also to keep her motivated through everything. I mean, you can imagine, it's like, see, might be doing, how many times they would have asked, hey, Richa, are you done? Are you ready? Are you ready for, the training session? And then Guruji is also, it's like amazing person I have met. So it's like too much thing that goes behind the scene for 18 years consistently. I'm like, oh my God, this is the real persistence we should actually enjoy out here and take inspiration from this event. So, with all these things, I would say, really best luck to Richa. Going ahead, have a great time.
Thank you, Ankit Bhaiya. I now call upon my father to felicitate the musicians who have made this beautiful evening possible. Can I please have my father on stage? On the vocals, we have Shri Ganesh Desai ji. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please keep clapping? On the tabla, we have Shri Prateek Mukherjee. On the sitar, we have Shri Arjun Anand ji.
Subramania ji, not Arjun.
We have Subramanya Hegde ji. On the flute, we have Shri Samarth ji. On the rhythm pad, we have Shri Mickey Johnson ji. And on the sarangi, we have Om Sahai ji. Ladies and gentlemen, can we once again please have a huge round of applause for all the musicians who have made this evening possible. I I now request Ganesh ji to sing a beautiful vocal piece for us. Tarana. The very word is its own music. Ta for tal, ra for rag, and na for nach. The tarana of Hindustani vocal music was invented by Amir Khusro in the 12th century. This song style enters the realm of instrumental music, moving away from the conventional use of lyrics. It uses syllables like derena, deem, tana, ya lali, along with pakhavaj syllables, sometimes including a Persian couplet. These syllables are not random. They convey melodic and rhythmic concepts with extraordinary precision. In Kathak, the tarana brings together tal, rag, and nach, letting the dancer showcase technical finesse and indulge freely in the pure joy of movement. It is where the dancer and the music become one language. Rag Kirwani is a raga of deep resonance and layered feeling. Its mood is contemplative, bittersweet, and luminous. It sits at the meeting point of longing and beauty, as though the music already knows something the words cannot say. Set to Teen Tal, this tarana is composed by the late Pandit Birju Maharaj ji. In Rag Kirwani, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Richa with a huge round of applause to present to you Kirwani Tarana. Richa danced with the music and the music danced with her. Wasn't that just beautiful? Let's hear it for Richa. While we give my sister a few minutes, I'd love to take this moment to say something that I think often goes unsaid. To all of you watching tonight, this may look like a recital and a beautiful evening of dance. And it is. But for everyone who has been behind the scenes, who has been part of making this happen, it is so much more than that. A performance like this doesn't just appear. There is so much that goes into it. Weeks and months of planning, of coordinating and creating, most of which you will never see. And that is exactly the point. But I want to take a moment to shine a light on all of it and on all the people who poured their love into this evening. The invitation that you all received, that beautiful, thoughtfully designed PDF, was created entirely by Deepika. I would also like to thank Garvita for helping me put the script together for this beautiful evening. The lighting that has made the stage look the way it has tonight, someone thought about that, planned that, executed that. The gift boxes that were so carefully put together, the snacks, the dinner, the logistics of pulling everything like this together off from scratch, and every single detail was a labor of someone's love. And I think that is what makes a night like this so special. Yes, at the center of it is my sister and her extraordinary talent. But around her is a whole world of people who love her enough to show up. Not just to watch, but to work, to contribute, to make sure that when she walks on that stage, everything around her is as beautiful as what she brings to it. So, on behalf of Richa and our family, thank you to every single person who had a hand in tonight. No matter how small you think your contribution was, it was not small. It was everything. And now we'll just give my sister another moment. But before that, there are two people who know Richa not just as a friend, but as a fellow dancer. And that's Lisa and Lakshmi. They are a part of the same dance class, and tonight they have gone above and beyond, quietly and tirelessly, working backstage to make sure that this entire evening runs as beautifully as it has. So before they say a word, we owe them a huge round of applause, not just for their friendship, but for everything they have done behind the scenes today. Thank you, Lisa and Lakshmi. I would now like to call Lisa and Lakshmi on stage to speak a few words about Richa.
I can't really see anybody, but yeah. So good evening, everyone. So this one is for our friend and a very recent relationship upgrade, our adopted daughter, Richa. And when I say adopted, adopted from our entire batch of aunties. Okay. So we've known Richa for the past few years. The girl with the Madhuri Dixit smile, graceful dancing, endless energy. And as Richa would probably put it, we knew each other, we liked each other, but we didn't have that vibe yet. And then Prague happened.
See, when you travel together, no, and stay together, eat together, do padant on the streets, do goofy things in restaurants, and crack the silliest things together, I think that's when you really get to know the real person. I think that's when we found Richa, our Richa. The version which is a non-stop chatter. I think, Ruby, when you said she spoke before she walked, we know it. We know it fully. The endless energy she has. And we did discover a superpower for Richa. Something that I think Prague enabled us. She has the superpower to be able to scale between different age groups, you know. From Sahas, who is our 7-year-old cutie pie, to our teenage beautiful girls, Meghna, Srivarshini, Tanishka and all, to us 40 plus aunties. I think Richa can do it all. So you'll see her 1 minute playing with Sahas with Dobble. Then you'll see her, you know, sort of singing and dancing to shimmy, 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 shimmy with the girls. And then she'll come and sit with us with our endless conversations, you know, and shout at the top of her voice, repeat, one more round, please, for these people.
Honestly, I don't know where she gets that battery from, but if someone finds that charger, do let us know. You know, that beautiful ability to make everyone feel included, loved, and happy is truly something special. And somewhere during that trip, without any formal announcement, she got promoted from our dance buddy to Meghna's roomie, to Meghna's sister, elder or younger, you know, depending on the situation, and to our adopted daughter. And above all of this, like the last few months, we've seen a very different version of Richa, a very disciplined and a committed version. Like for months, we've been seeing her practice, refine her movements, endless padant of tukdas, morning and evening all the time. In fact, I think in Prague, she probably recited more tukdas than normal sentences. And at any point, you know, you could see her hand. She was like forever mumbling to herself, figuring out each tukda. And any point in time or place, you know, she would suddenly break into Gaddin, nothing to add.
I think today watching her dance has been incredibly fulfilling, you know. Every expression, her every movement, every detailing that she has sort of brought in, I feel she's not just performed, you know, she's actually brought this evening to life. And that's what Richa is about, you know, she brings life to everything, every moment. And Richa, I don't know if you're listening from backstage, but we are so proud of you, you know. May you always be filled with dance and music and friendship and laughter, everything that makes your eyes sparkle. And yes, I know you have the wish to live past 100 and do all these goofy things, and I honestly wish that you do it. And if I know you well, at 102, you will be sitting at some table shouting, repeat, one more round, please, you know. So congratulations, Richa, on your Rangapravesh. For us also, it's a huge moment because our daughter has done it all. So congratulations. We love you, Richa. And now we are a family, so like you always say, we will keep vibing together.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa and Lakshmi, for that beautiful speech. Ishq. The word itself has weight. Not merely love, but love's consuming, total, all-surrendering form. We talk about love as though it were one thing, as though it arrives in one shape, wears one face, lives in one place. But love is not that obedient. Love manifests differently in every life. Some are in love with their work, with the thing that they were put on this earth to do, that pulls them back no matter how many times life intervenes. Some are in love with the person, deeply, quietly, completely. Some find it in the most unexpected places. A dog who waits at the door, a city that feels like home, and a song that knows your name. And love does not always arrive wearing joy. You can be deeply in love and deeply unhappy, held by the feeling, even when circumstances refuse to cooperate. You can be living through your most difficult chapter and find that love for something, for someone, for the art, is the one thing that keeps you moving. Love is not always the answer, but it is almost always the reason. देखो तो क्या ही बात है कमबख्त इस जहां में ये इश्क है जिसने इसे रहने के काबिल कर दिया. Look at this world. It is love, stubborn and improbable, that has made it worth living in at all. इश्क है composed by Anurag Saikia with lyrics by Raj Shekhar from Mismatched Season 3, is a piece that holds all of this. Its composition moves through moods, shifts tone mid-breath, carries poetry in its pauses. It does not ask you to be happy, it asks you to feel. Whatever your version of love looks like tonight, in this room, in your life, this piece will find it. In Kathak, Abhinaya is the language of inner life made visible. Every glance is a sentence. Every pause is a breath that the audience takes with the dancer. Through Ishq Hai, Richa does not perform love. She navigates it, all its versions, all its contradictions, and invites you to find yourself somewhere inside it. Tonight, through this song, Richa does not ask you to watch. She asks you to feel. Ladies and gentlemen, Ishq Hai.
देखो तो क्या ही बात है, कम वक्त इस जहान में, ये इश्क है जिसने इसे रहने के काबिल कर दिया, रहने के रोशनी ही रोशनी है, चार सू जो चार सू, इश्क है ये इश्क है, इश्क है ये इश्क है, जो छुपा है हर नजर में, हर तरफ जो रूबरू, इश्क है ये इश्क है, इश्क है ये इश्क है, इश्क है ये इश्क है, इश्क है ये इश्क है। तुमसे गुनगुनी सी होने लगी है सर्दियाँ, तुमसे मिले तो देखो शहर में खिलने लगी है वादियाँ, साया मेरा है तू और मैं तेरा, तू दिखे या ना दिखे तू, तेरी खुशबू कहता इश्क हमें आबाद करता है, कोई कहता इश्क हमें बर्बाद करता है, ज़हन की तंग दीवारों से उठकर मैं कहता हूँ इश्क हमें आजाद करता है।
Ishq hai. And tonight, in this room, I think we all felt it. Can we once again have a huge round of applause for that lovely interpretation of Love by Richa? There are friendships that find you in college and never quite let go. And Anvita is exactly that for Richa. They met in college, grew close in a way that only college friends do, through late nights, shared chaos, and everything in between. And that bond has only grown stronger with time. Having your best friend in the room on a night like this means everything. And we are so glad that you are here, Anvita. I now pass the mic to Anvita to speak a few words about our Richa.
What a lovely song to be following up on. Oh, I really can't see any of you. Okay. Um, I'm still having jitters from Richa's performance. Good evening, everyone. My name is Anvita. I am Richa's friend from college. We met in our first year of engineering, and so I've known her for about 10 years now, which is why when she asked me to do this, I was like, how am I supposed to distill this 10-year-long friendship into a 5-minute speech? That's asking for a lot. But of course, I could not miss the opportunity to be here on possibly one of the biggest days of one of my best friends' lives. And so here I am. And as I sat down to write this speech, two very beautiful things happened. First, I got to take this lovely trip down memory lane and reflect on all these lovely memories that we've made together. And second, the words just started flowing out, almost like the speech was writing itself. And so that's what I'm going to do. I am going to take you all through bits and pieces of my journey with Richa, through our friendship. And I'm also going to give you maybe a sneak peek into my perspective of her through the years, Anvi's POV, as she would call it. And I hope that while I'm at it, I am able to do justice to the Wonder Woman that she is. Okay, so let me go straight to the beginning. I still remember it was our first week of college, and everybody was bubbling with excitement, talking to each other, trying to make new friends, asking each other which classes we were in. And one such person that I met, when I told them that I was in section O, they were like, oh, you're in section O? There is this girl called Richa in your class. You should definitely become friends with her because I think you guys would get along. And so I went to class the next day looking for this girl called Richa. And you know how they say that light travels faster than sound? Not with Richa. You always hear her first. And so I heard her from across the classroom, her laugh echoing across the hall. And I saw her standing there in all her glory, this vibrant, vivacious ball of energy. And I knew in that very moment, that is my person. So that was the start to our friendship. The first semester that followed, I slowly started to discover more and more about Richa. First and foremost, about how scarily smart she is. I know she doesn't act like it sometimes, but she is extremely smart. We used to sit next to each other in computer lab, and while the rest of us were just grappling to understand what the question was and what the teacher expected of us, Richa had very quickly written down the code, gotten it approved, and moved on to yapping with the people around her. It had gotten to a point where it was a self-esteem issue for me to sit next to her, and I was like, I think I should switch seats. We were also physics lab partners, or I should say physics lab partners in crime, because all we did there was laugh. But between physics lab, computer lab, and sitting one bench apart, a very steady friendship had started to form between the two of us. I used to be so excited, I remember, in that time that I was getting to know Richa. So much so that I used to go back home and talk about her so highly that she managed to do the impossible. She got my dad, who could barely keep track of which grade I was in, to register her name. And once in a while, he would ask me, oh, how is that friend of yours, Richa, doing? Because I think even he was so intrigued to know, how is this young girl of just some 17, 18, how does she seem to have it all figured out at such a young age? And today, 10 years later, if there is one thing I can vouch for, it is the fact that that has not changed. Richa has taken on more responsibilities, more commitments, more interests, and yet, even today, she still seems to have it all figured out. But when I think about why Richa means so much to me, I'm always taken back to the summer of 2018, which was a particularly difficult time in my life. I had missed my final exams in our first semester due to some health issues, and I was asked to retake the entire semester in the summer after. And so, as you can imagine, I was pretty dejected, having to go back to college for 2 more months while everybody else was moving on with their lives. But thankfully, just as that semester was about to start, I found out that 2 of my very close friends, Ramya and Richa, were also going to be there in college that summer for other reasons. And so I started to feel a little better about it. And this is no exaggeration when I say that the 20 to 30 minutes of lunch breaks that Richa and I would share together in that time were honestly what got me through that semester. I started to discover more and more about Richa than I had known before. For example, I learned about how passionate she was about Kathak and how long-winding her journey had been. I also discovered that, like me, she was very interested in theatre, and that unlike the rest of us who enjoy theatre as audience members, Richa had aspirations to start acting in plays part-time while she was in college. One of those afternoons, she even made a pact saying that by the next semester, I want to land my first role in a part-time production. And this is just something that I'm going to do. I don't know how, but I will get it done. And I don't think to this day, Richa is aware of how much it means to me, the fact that she was there through that time. I ended up doing really well in that semester, and a lot of the credit for that goes to her. Just by being there, by being present, by taking my mind off things, by bringing her easy breezy attitude to my days every single day for 2 months. That's what got me through that time. And for that, I will always be grateful. And just so you know, she actually did follow through on her promise. She managed to land her first gig in a production by, I think, the start of our 3rd semester. And by the end of our 3rd semester, she had already acted in multiple plays. You know, I have always marveled at the fact that Richa is able to do so many things at once and do all of them with equal amounts of grace. In college, she was not only getting stellar grades in all her courses, she was in the theatre club, in the cultural committee in fests, in this Google club, she was working in a non-profit called By Waste, and she was also doing these plays part-time. She is hands down the most well-rounded person I know. But that, in my opinion, is not what sets Richa apart. What sets her apart is her ability to stay humble and grounded through it all. Even today, if somebody asks me to summarize Richa's personality with one anecdote, I will always come back to this one incident. It was in our 2nd semester, I believe, where we had this course called Jedi, and the end result of that course was for us to construct a robot. So as you can imagine, this had some level of coding involved, and we were a team of 4. At the time, at least, the rest of us did not really have coding skills to speak of, so we were relying solely on Richa to get this done. And the incident I'm talking about happened on the day before our first Viva, where we were supposed to show for all the progress we had made with our robot. And I don't remember what, but something had gone royally wrong. And so all the progress that we had made so far had come undone. So we basically had to start from scratch the evening before our Viva. So we were super stressed and locked in, trying to figure it out. And when I say locked in, I mean Richa was locked in. The rest of us were clowning around. And I still remember, while Richa was trying to figure out what was wrong with the code, the rest of us were being absolutely unhelpful. Not only were we not helping her with the code, we were also bombarding her with a lot of questions. And I remember having this out-of-body moment where I looked at the situation and I was like, if I had been in her place, I immediately would have snapped at the others and been like, okay, if you can't help me with this, at least leave me alone to figure this out in peace. But not once did Richa snap at us. Not once did she even sound annoyed. In fact, she patiently answered all of our questions. And this was the kind of maturity she had at such a young age. She was just 17 or 18 at the time. In that moment, I discovered Richa's strongest trait. It's not the fact that she's good at so many things. It's the fact that she is able to not take herself seriously despite it all. And I think that is the true spirit of a champion. It is what sets her and other champions one notch above the rest. And I can be sure of the fact that everybody else in the room who knows Richa well will have some version of this story that speaks to her character in the same way, because it is such a core part of who she is. And despite being such a busy person, Richa has always managed to make time for her friends. I think I speak on behalf of all of us when I say this. She has this way of showing up for you consistently in a way that lets you know that you're cared for, that she has your back, and even if from afar, she has you in her thoughts. I've seen her juggle so many responsibilities as a friend, as a daughter, an older sister, and as a dog mother to our beloved Trixie, among many other things, in such an exemplary way. And I'm not saying this because I have to, but in my most stressful moments, I have always invoked Richa's image to think about an example, an anchor, to remember that no matter how stressful things get, everything is possible, that if you just manage your time correctly, even the most impossible things can be done. And I'm very grateful that I have an inspiration to look to so closely in my life. It has been my utmost honor to watch Richa grow into the wonderful woman that she is today. I have seen her become more responsible, more level-headed, more in tune with her emotions as she has grown older, and I have seen her summit many Himalayan peaks, literally and otherwise. She also, more recently, has added one more feather to her cap by becoming a content creator. Follow Loki Manipulated on Instagram for more. All of this to say that our girl is truly, truly unstoppable. It is filling my heart to see, not right now, but before, so many people show up for her on her big day. I myself was supposed to be in Chennai today, but as I said, I could not have missed this for the world, and so here I am. And as Shraddha and many others have already mentioned, Richa was in Prague just last week performing to a completely different choreography, and today she's here putting on this solo performance for us for almost 2 hours. It has taken an immense amount of hard work, practice, or riyaz, as I believe they call it, for her to put on this show today. So I hope you all enjoy the show, and I hope you stick around till the end, because as a serial Richa show attender, I can vouch for the fact that every minute will be worth your time. So please stick around, because picture abhi baki hai, mere dost. And thank you, Richa, wherever you are, for letting me do this, for letting me be a small part of your big day. Thank you all for bearing with me for the past couple of minutes. Thank you. Over to you, Shraddha.
Thank you so much, Anvita, for that beautiful speech as you spoke about your friendship and your journey with Richa. Next, we welcome someone who came into Richa's life through work and stayed as a friend. Richa met Revati while creating content for Grow, and the two of them went on to share something neither of them will forget: Richa's very first Himalayan trek. There is a particular kind of friendship that forms when you are both exhausted, altitude struck, and surrounded by mountains. And clearly, this one stuck. We are so happy to have you here, Revati. And as a fellow Kathak dancer, this only seems appropriate. I would now like to call Revati on stage to speak a few words about Richa.
Good evening, everyone. Honestly, after watching her performance, I don't really know what to say. I think कुछ भी बोलूँगी तो understatement लगेगा, but since Richa has trusted me with a microphone, I'm going to take full advantage of it. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Revati. Richa and I first met as colleagues at Grow. We properly became friends after an office event, and honestly, there was no looking back after that. I think I'm just going to repeat a lot of the things that Anvita just mentioned. But very soon, she became my first distress call for anything stressful. Like bad meeting, call Richa. Anything confusing, call Richa. कुछ बस बिना reason के 20 minutes तक rant करना है, just call Richa. And the most enduring part about all those calls was that she was just always there. Like if you're loved by her, you know what I'm talking about. She was just always there to pick up all the calls. And it wasn't just limited to work. Even during my wedding, Richa was just the perfect bridesmaid, I think. She put up a delightful performance even on that day, and was just beside me on one of my most important days. That is the kind of girl Richa is. She puts her mind, heart, love, dedication into everything that she does. And that is one of the things that I really love about her. Her first Himalayan trek was also my first Himalayan trek. And she was just the unappointed, unofficial trek lead. Like she would just, randomly just lead treks. Like, hey, I'm an official lead, but nahi, mujhe lead karna hai. And like that amount of energy that she brought to everyone. And she would speak to everyone. Like, I think she just knew everybody's names, कौन है, कहाँ से आया है, कहाँ मतलब घर में कौन है, सबके घर में क्या चल रहा है, क्या काम पे क्या कर रहा है. She would just know everybody. Like we would be panting for breath at the summit, and Richa would be just like chatting with somebody else and like getting to know about them. Actually, in one of those treks only, we also had a supernatural experience where we felt like we were being haunted outside our tent. But obviously none of us had the courage to go outside and check. So hum two brave independent women tent mein bas wait kar rahe the. When will the spirit leave? But yeah, I mean, today of course we tell the story with a lot of confidence, but I think this is what happens with Richa. Even the scary stories become funny stories. And a large part of it is that her laugh is infectious. She was like, I mean, Richa, if you're listening and if you start laughing right now, I think I won't be able to stop. There were times where we would just laugh for 2-3 minutes, like for no reason. Like, आँखों से आंसू निकल जाता था हंसते हंसते. She would just laugh non-stop. It's infectious, her energy, her laughter, and the kind of positivity that she carries. Like, she brings joy to every room that she goes. She makes people so comfortable. She makes even ordinary moments feel so memorable. And this is the Richa that I know as a friend. And like over the last few years, I think I've seen her dance. She's spoken to me about like how nervous she was about today, but I don't think एक भी performance में वो nervousness नजर आ रहा है. So the precision in her movements and the expressions and everything, she genuinely loves going to dance. It's not just some random hobby कि weekend में कुछ नहीं है तो कर लेते हैं. It's passion. It's just she really loves going to class. And every time she speaks about you, Murari sir, I can't see, but there's just so much love and respect for you whenever she mentions about you. I think a lot of what we're seeing today is just the amount of hard work that you also put behind this. So thank you so much. So yeah, I mean, this is when you realize that it's not just any other hobby. And I think this is what we're seeing on stage as well. Richa, if you're nervous, I hope you're not, because clearly it's not visible. What we saw was a lot of confidence, joy, and love for the art form. And more than anything, we saw you, the same person who gives her whole heart to all her relationships, home, work, friendships, otherwise. And you brought all of that onto the stage. I'm so proud of you, and I'm sure everybody else is. I hope you remember how loved you felt in this room. I hope you remember all of these applauses and happiness and everybody else who's come here just to celebrate you. And more than anything, I hope this is the only beginning of many more stages, performances, and beautiful moments in your journey of Kathak. May you always dance with the same love, joy, and dedication that you bring here today, and may every stage you step onto feel like a home. Congratulations, Richa. I love you so much.
Thank you so much, Revati, for that memorable speech. Akdas and Richa go all the way back to school, and not just as classmates, but as leaders. They were heads of their respective houses, and somewhere between the competitions and the camaraderie, a friendship was built that has clearly stood the test of time. It takes a special kind of bond to survive school, college, and everything life throws after. And this one has. We are so glad to have you here, Agdas. I would now like to call Agdas, or as Richa likes to call her, Addu, on stage to speak a few words about her.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Agdas. As Shraddha clearly told that Richa and I have been friends since school. We met in the ninth standard and things have been completely bonkers ever since. Anyone who knows Richa can imagine having two of her, imagine having two of her together. It's like absolute chaos, right? We were the long lost twin sisters, the hairy, ugly twins, as we proudly called ourselves. Everywhere we went, we somehow managed to turn the place upside down. She was this hyper enthusiastic kid, which she honestly still is, filled with so much warmth, joy, and energy. There was never a dull moment with this enthu cutlet. From chasing each other around campus to winning the vice captain elections together to dancing like nobody was watching us, the adventures of the ugly twins will truly be one for the ages. She not only exceeded academically but was also a natural leader loved by all. Any cultural competition in school, Richa simply had to be there. She was a theatrical powerhouse of our batch, bringing each character to life with such remarkable ease and authenticity. At that age, not everyone could do it, but she made it look so effortless. Looking back now, it all makes perfect sense. The same girl who loved telling stories on stage found another way to tell them through Kathak. The same expressiveness, the same emotions, the same love for storytelling. It feels like you were always meant to find your way here, Richa. And despite having 100 things on her plate and creating just the right amount of chaos wherever she went, she has always found time to show up for the people she loves, like Anvita and the ones before me clearly stated. Over the years, I've watched her achieve so much and grow into this incredibly talented, adventurous, and fiercely independent woman who isn't afraid to venture into the unknown. Watching you reach this milestone today fills me up with so much pride because I know how much hard work, discipline, heart you've poured into getting here. A day like this is also a celebration of years of guidance, patience, and dedication of your guru, as we all know, who has nurtured your talent and helped shape the artist you've become today. Congratulations on your Kathak Rangapravesh, Richa. This isn't just a celebration of years of training. It's a celebration of the artist who has always had a story to tell and has found the most beautiful way to tell it through. I'm so proud of you and I can't wait to see all the stories you continue to tell, one graceful step at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Agdas, for that beautiful speech. Behind every beautiful performance is a team that makes the invisible possible. I now invite my father to felicitate the technicians who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to bring tonight to life. For the light, we have Santosh. Santosh, can you please come on stage?
Yeah, he's coming.
Yeah. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Santosh? For sound, we have Arnav. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Arnav as he makes his way onto the stage?
I think he's not here, somewhere around.
Okay. For photo and video, we have Universal Rasikas. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Can we please keep clapping?
Arnav.
Arnav.
Okay, we have Arnav for sound. Can we please clap? For makeup, we have Vinod ji. Abraham ji was our tailor who stitched the beautiful pieces that Richa wore today. On the sets, we have Mr. Vijay and Vanita. The photo shoot was done by Charles and team. I think my sister is getting ready, and meanwhile, I have a few things that I want to say. You know, while we have a moment, there is one thing that those of you who know me personally will have heard me talk about approximately 100 times, and I make no apologies for it. Last October, my sister and I went to Bali together, and I know, I cannot stop talking about this trip, but bear with me because it was truly something special. It was the first time that Didi and I had traveled together, just the two of us, with a group of people we had never met before. And if you know my sister at all, you will not be surprised to hear that by the end of the trip, those people were not strangers to us anymore. We came back with so many new friends, and I am thrilled that three of them are here in room with us tonight. But let me tell you about this trip because it was nothing short of a trip of firsts. We went scuba diving together, we went snorkeling together, and then there was the bungee jumping, which for the record, my sister had motivated me to do. And I jumped, and I will never forget it. Didi, that one's on you. And also, thank you. We ate so much, we shopped endlessly, we spent hours just wandering and talking and being together in a way that our regular lives don't always make room for. And I think that is what made it so special. It was just us with time and no agenda. Oh, and one more thing. This entire trip was sponsored entirely by my sister. So, Didi, in front of everyone here tonight, thank you. Genuinely, you didn't have to. And you did anyway. That is so very you. If there is one thing that every Kathak dancer lives for, it is this. As a recital unfolds, the speed builds, gradually, inevitably, until we arrive at Dhrutlay, very fast, fearless, electric. Dhrutlay is not merely about speed. It is about total command within that speed. The dancer creates varied rhythmic patterns set to the tal within a chosen melodic framework. Through compositions of tukra, tihai, paran, gat, and ladi, each one mathematically precise, each one landing exactly on the sum. They say that the beat of Teen Tal is ingrained in the heart and soul of every Kathak dancer. In Dhrutlay, the heartbeat accelerates to something extraordinary, where feet become percussion, where the body becomes the instrument, and the boundary between the dancer and the rhythm dissolves entirely. The ghungroos thunder, the feet speak, and for a few breathtaking minutes, time itself bends to the dancer's will. Ladies and gentlemen, Drutlay.
Hi everyone, I hope you are having a wonderful time here. So now I'll be presenting to you Drutlay. As Shraddha rightfully mentioned, this is something that has been ingrained in us from the time we start. Teen Tal is the first tal you start with as a Kathak dancer, and the beats of it, the bowls of it are in our head from the beginning. And you start with a slower speed called the Vilambit Lay, move on to Madhya Lay, and to perform Drutlay is something that every dancer craves for, and I'm so glad that I'm able to perform this in front of you. So presenting to you Drutlay. Okay, now presenting to you my favorite paran, sir's favorite paran, the one I think Lisa Lakshmi so kindly mentioned that I was, I think, dictating through Prague.
Denda na tin tin ta ta den denda.
Dha din din da dha din din da dha tin tin ta. Gaddin nagit ta tagit kit tak dikit dhan dha ta dha dikit dhan dha ta dha dikit dhan dha ta dha kit dhan dhan dha kit dhan dhan dha kit dhan da dikit ta dha kit dhan dhan dha kit dhan dhan dha kit dhan dhan dha dikit ta dha kit dhan dhan dha kit dhan dhan dha kit dhan dhan dha
dikit ta da. Den den da na den den ta ta den den da da den da na den den ta ta den den da da den den ta gadin nagat ta ta regit ta digit da na da ta da digit da na da ta da digit da na da ta da krada da na da na da krada da na da na da krada da na da na da digit ta da krada da na da na da krada da da krada da na da na da digit ta da krada da na da na da krada da na da da krada da na da na da digit ta da. Den den da na den da na den den da na den den ta den den da ta ta den da na den den da. Edo ticha pachi satak edo tincha pachi satak edo ticha 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 pachi satak edo tincha pachi satak edo ticha pachi satak edo ticha pachi satak edo ticha pachi satak edo ticha pachi satak edo 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 den da na den da na den da den da da den da na den da na den da da den da na den da na den da de da da hey hey da up hey hey da 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 hey da 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 hey da da hey da 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 hey da 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 de da da de da da de da da de da hey da de da de da da de da da de da da de da hey da de da de da de da da de da de da hey da da den da den da 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 den na den da da den
एक छोटा सा चक्रकरण दिन दा धा दिन दिन दा धा दिन धा दिन
den na den da
धा
di
ना
ti ta ka
ती गा दी गिन 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11
da
12
da den da den da den da na den da na den da den na den da da den da na den da na den da den da da den da na den da na den da den da da de na ti ta ka at ga di gin 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 40 da den da na den da na den da den da da den da den da den da da den da na den da na den da da den da na den da na den da den da da den da na den da den da den da na den da
छोटा सा फरमाइश धा दिन धा दिन ता धिता
da
दग धिता
da tak
dadigi tung lung tak tung lung
den da na den da den da da den da na den da na den da den da hey hey da hey da da jaga daga dum da da daga dum da da digi tong lung taka don taka tiga dong lung taka don taka tiga dong lung taka don taka tiga da
fun tihai. So I'm sure all of you have seen how a horse moves. So this is to essentially be able to replicate that through dance. So yeah, presenting to you as Sir calls it horse tihai. Dindad, tatin tinta, dhatin tinta, dhatin dhatin tinta, tate ate tate tate tak tik tak tik tak tik tak tak tik tadung tak tik tadung tak tik tadung tate ate tate tate tak tik tak tik tak tik tak tak tik tadung tak tadung tadung da tate ate tate ate tate tak tik tak tak tik Now presenting some very fun pieces in Drutle. So I would like to talk about Gat. So Gat comes in two forms for us. Gat is stance. Now your stance could be when you're walking, when you're taking poses, or when you're presenting a story. So I would like to start with Gat Nikas. Gat Nikas is stylized walking. So I'm sure a lot of you would have seen the Gajgamini walk get very famous. That's a part of Gat Nikas. The way you walk, the way you move, the way you pause at different poses. So I want to start with two Gat Nikas. One is your Sada Gat and one is your Ruksar Gat. So presenting Gat Nikas. Now, that was Gatnikas. I hope all of you enjoyed that. Now next, moving on to Gat Bhav. So Gat Bhav is like a mini drama. You can present things like, the Draupadi Chirharan, or how in the Ramayana, when you saw the Ramji saw the golden deer, and you can present that. I'll be presenting Panghat Gat, and I'll let the dance do the talking. So presenting to you Gat Bhav, Panghat Gat. Another dream, I think a lot of dreams are being fulfilled here, that every dancer has is to do Jugalbandi, which is essentially, I wouldn't say battle, but a sawal jawab between the ghungroos and the tabla. So I'm sure a lot of you would have seen it in some shape or form, but presenting our little version of Jugalbandi. da din
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 da
da da
din
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 da
da.
din din da din din da da kradin da din da din din da. Da. Gini da ti da. Taka taka gini da ti da. Taka taka gini da ti da.
Now, finally, presenting a small chakatukra. Dha din din da 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 da. Tigai hey ta 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 tigai hey ta tigai hey ta 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20.
Da din da na din din da na din din da din din da da din da na din din da na din din da din din da da din da na din din da na din din da da kradin din da din din da din da na din din da na din din da tigda tigda ta 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 tigda tigda ta tigda tigda ta tigda tigda ta 1 2 3 4 5 tat tat 1 tat tat 2 tat tat 3 tat tat 4 tat tat 5 tat tat 6 tat tat 7 tat tat 8 tat tat 9 tat tat 10 tat tat 11 tat tat 12 tat tat 13 tat tat 14 15 17 18 tat 19 tat tat 20 tat tat 21 tat tat 22 tat tat 23 tat tat 24 tat tat 25 tat tat 26 27 tat tat 28 tat tat 29 tat tat 30 tat tat 31 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158 159 160 161 162 163 164 165 166 167 168 169 170 171 172 173 174 175 176 177 178 1 साठ 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96
Those feet, that speed, that absolute total command. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a thunderous round of applause for that breathtaking performance? The next introduction that I'm about to give is a very special one because it's personal. Garvita is Richa's best friend from college and a fellow student of Guruji's dance class. But their story doesn't stop there. Together, Richa, Garvita, and Deepika founded the Changemakers Society in college, which I think tells you everything that you need to know about the kind of people they are. The ones who don't just show up, they build something. Garvita understands, perhaps better than most people here, exactly what this evening represents. The years, the riyas, the discipline, the love. The fact that she is here tonight in this room watching her best friend and her dance companion step into her Rangapravesh, I think that means a lot. I would now like to call Garvita to speak a few words about Richa.
Thank you so much, Shraddha, for that beautiful introduction and for, of course, carrying us so beautifully through this evening. Before I say anything, there is a small surprise. Shraddha mentioned Deepika twice. Once, of course, for the beautiful invitations that she has designed for us, and second, of course, for her being our third best friend. So before moving on, there's a small surprise for Richa. I've kept her backstage. Sir, request if you could please help us with it.
Namaste everyone. My name is Deepika. I am one of Richa's best friends and she has many, and I mean many. Richa is the biggest social butterfly. I'm not there in person right now, but I can see you all nodding in agreement. For those of you who know her, you'll also agree that Richa is a firecracker, a pataka guddi. She is strong, sassy, high energy, and full of surprises. But she's also the opposite of lightning, because you can probably hear her before you can see her. She is unapologetically loud, brings light to any room she enters, and I think she is incredibly beautiful. Beyond all that sass and sparkle, she also has a heart as big as her energy. Everyone has a day zero friend in college, and I am proud to say that Richa is my day zero friend. I've grown up with her over the past 10 years and watched her blossom into such a talented dancer. I've been attending her performances since the first year of college, and every time it's so exciting and amazing to see how much her hard work has been paying off. In a twist of fate, I couldn't be there in person today, but as I watch her performance from thousands of miles away at 4 a.m., I can't help admiring her tenacity, her grace, her determination, and her love for dance. Quick question, does anyone know if Richa has a secret clone or a twin? Because this girl seems to have more than 24 hours a day. Let's do a quick recap, shall we? In the days leading up to her Rangapravesh, she has been practicing Kathak for at least 4 hours a day for months because apparently sore feet build character. A week before her Rangapravesh, that's 7 days before her Rangapravesh, she was performing in Prague because why prepare for the biggest day of your dance career without a little bit of international jet lag thrown in? Somewhere in between, she has also casually started a side quest as a content creator because being a full-time product manager at a startup wasn't quite enough. And just to round things off, she also found time to attend one of our friends' engagement in Mumbai because with Richa, she never says, "Sorry, I am busy." She always makes time for people that matter to her. At this point, I am convinced that Richa doesn't have a calendar, she has an entire control room. Jo log science padhe hai, you'll know that a function is defined as f of x plus k, where x represents variables and k is an unknown constant. Life is a function of several unknown variables. But through it all, Richa has been my k, my constant, throughout our 10 years together. So today, I just want to say this. Richa, Rocha, Richu, Rochu, my best friend, congratulations. I am so incredibly proud of you. Thank you for giving me the honor of being your best friend. Keep laughing, keep dancing, and never stop being as loud as you can possibly be. As long as we don't get kicked out of restaurants again. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Deepika. I know you're hearing us online. Now for a few words from me. And I think we've heard this throughout the evening. Nobody forgets the first date that they met Richa. And that's the date I will never forget. August 22nd, 2017, the second day of college. A common friend pulled Richa and I together and said, essentially, you two should know each other. You're both Kathak dancers, and that was it. That's all it took. I won't tell you everything about that first meeting because Richa loves to bring up some details from it, and I would very much like to move on. But what I will say is that we clicked almost instantly. Richa told me that she was going to join Murari sir's classes that month, and it was like all of our worlds came together all at once. Our first real dream together cemented on that very day, and I say this with absolute pride, was to start a Kathak YouTube channel. Richa also called this out at my Rangapravesh almost 7 years ago, saying that this YouTube channel is in the works. And today, a decade later from the day we cemented it, with a lot of conviction, I can say that it is still technically in the works. All jokes apart, we recently performed our first duet together at Sámám's Varshik Utsav in February, and I believe with everything in me that it was just the beginning of our dance dreams. Almost a decade of friendship, and it is genuinely hard to put in words what these years have been and what they have meant to me. But a big, big part of them has happened right here in this world in Kathak class. Every weekend, without fail, we would find each other. Every morning that we walked in, there were hugs before anything else. Before we wore ghungroos, before the warm-up, before sir even began. Everyone here can vouch for that. There was our first workshop together where we got ready and took over 100 pictures. And then there was Holi every year, which somehow always ended up being my favorite memory each year without exception. But there is something about a practice and sharing a guru, sharing a particular kind of joy that is very hard to find anywhere else. And none of that would exist without the person who has held this space for all of us with such extraordinary grace. So before I say anything more about Richa, I want to take a moment to thank Guru Murari Sharan Gupta sir on behalf of not just Richa and myself, but every single person in this room who has had the privilege of learning from you. So the kindness in your lessons, the unending patience that you have shown, the encouragement, it never wavers, and none of us take any of this for granted. And mixed with your most eclectic examples to help us understand our faults, people like Richa and me and so many young dancers have been able to reach this stage in our dance careers while working and studying full-time entirely because of you and the way that you teach. Because you understand, sir, when someone needs a few days away, because you always welcome them back with the same warmth and sometimes even more than before, and encourage us with unparalleled zeal. We are all, each and every one of us, very, very lucky to have you, and tonight is as much a reflection of your teaching as it is of her dancing, and we are very, very grateful for you, sir. And now Richa, a friend, a partner, and a teacher to me in all aspects of life, a true Guru Behan. Somewhere between our first conversation and everything that followed, we discovered our shared love for Kathak had a very worthy companion, a shared love for food. Specifically, a habit of looking at the restaurant menu the night before and deciding exactly what we were going to order. Not maybe this or let's see, but it was all decided in advance. And honestly, that tells you everything that you need to know about who Richa is. She is the kind of friend who will stand up for you and stand with you. And when you cannot stand at all, she will quietly find a way to hold you up anyway. I know this because there was a time I was not doing very well, and without making a big thing out of it, without any fuss, she called my mother and just wanted to make sure that someone who loved me knew and checked on me every day. That is the kind of person she is. She never gives up on anyone. She will do whatever she can to make you better, and she will always make sure that you leave her. She will always make sure that she leaves you a little better than she found you. I proudly say this in many ways. Richa is always present, always there for every single person that she knows. No matter how busy her life gets or what she might be going through, she finds all the time in the world for you, to help you, to cheer you, and to love you. Now that you know some of our similarities, there is one aspect that you should know in which we are poles apart. Richa is an absolutely extreme human being, and I say that in the kindest possible way. On a trip that we took to Ladakh a few years ago together with a travel group, there was a night we spent at the beautiful Pangong, and it was freezing cold, trust me. And I and a few others were sipping our teas with sweaters and chatting inside the warm room, while Richa was outside with two other equally extreme people having a contest on who can keep their hand inside the literally frozen Pangong lake for the longest. And no guesses for who won. I have barely scratched the surface with my stories. Richa's energy and adventure knows no bounds. We've heard enough of that tonight. And on that note, we arrive at today. Over the past 6 months, Richa has given herself completely to tonight. And watching that kind of devotion up close has honestly been a privilege. Because what makes her so extraordinary is that she's one of the most fully alive human beings you will ever meet. Whether she's building products, performing, hosting a podcast, entertaining us at a group lunch, or being extreme, it doesn't matter. She shows up 100% every single time. And I don't want to stand here and share only my experience, because Richa doesn't just belong to me. She belongs to everyone who has been lucky enough to know her. So I want you to hear from some of the other friends who love her too. Richa is proudly the founder of our college group, amongst many other things that she has founded. And I'm going to share small pieces of love that each and every one of them have to give. I know all of you are here, guys. Just give me a shout out. I hear you. And here goes. Jaydev says that she is confident and deeply aware. Someone who works hard and plays hard in equal measure, and who knows exactly when to let loose and exactly when to step up. Ramya calls her bold and warm and says that even while she's pushing herself and chasing new experience, she still makes genuine time for every single person she loves. Neil says that she is energetic and always, always there. The kind of person who stands by people she cares for without question and without condition. And Deepika, of course, calls her strong and beautiful and says that she gives 100% to everything that she does, and she does a lot of things all the time. And finally, Sankalp says that she is patient and jolly and she puts up with all of our drama. As for me, I'll just say this. Richa is an incredibly mature woman, but a child at heart. She has the loudest voice, the most gargantuan heart, and one of the most generous personalities I have ever come across in my life. She leaves everyone better than she met them, and every room livelier than it was, just like she has tonight. You are lucky if you have got an adventure with her, and that is what makes her one of the best people one of the best people that I know and my best friend. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the best segue into our next performance. So far this evening, you have witnessed 5 extraordinary offerings from Richa. Devotion, rhythm, tarana, love, and the thunder of Drutle. And now finally, Manmohini. Manmohini, the one who enchants the mind, the one who steals the heart and gives it back fuller than before. The song Manmohini comes from the film Hum Dil De Chuke Sanam, Sanjay Leela Bansali's 99 masterpiece of love and longing, composed by Ismail Darbar with lyrics by Mehboob and sung by the incredible Shankar Mahadevan. This song opens the film as Aishwarya Rai runs through the deserts of Rajasthan alive and luminous. And from that very note, you are spellbound. Shankar Mahadevan, the Padma Shri awarded vocalist and composer whose voice has given us everything from the breathless that Richa and I had performed to together to the devotional, brings to Manmohini a quality that is both earthy and essential. Manmohini Teri Ada, how enchanting your ways. The song is wonder itself put to music. In Kathak, the final steps are where it all converges. The riyaz of ears, the grace of the body, the memory of a guru's hand correcting a mudra at 6 in the morning. The emotion stored quietly through every practice. It all comes forward in the last piece, and this is where Richa dances not for the audience, but with all of you. Our dancer tonight is the kind of person who walks into a room and somehow, without trying, without announcing herself, makes it warmer. She laughs before every joke is finished. She remembers everyone's order. She sends you a voice note at midnight because something reminded her of you. She summits Himalayan peaks and comes back making it sound like a weekend plan. She manages products, hosts events, runs rooms, and still somehow finds her way back to this art. To the ghungroos, to the practice room, and to the art that has known her longer than most people in her life have. Manmohini was not a random choice for Richa to perform on. It could not have been. Because Manmohini, the one who enchants without effort, who delights without design, and who moves every heart that meets her is, if we're being honest, just Richa. So when you watch her dance tonight, know that she is not playing a character. She is simply finally dancing as herself. It is my honor to introduce her for this performance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with everything that you have, Richa.
मिट्टी पे खींची लकीरें रब ने तो ये तस्वीर बनी आग हवा पानी को मिलाया तो फिर ये तस्वीर सजी हस्ती तेरी विशाल हो कुदरत का तू कमाल हे मनमोहिनी तेरी अदा तुझे जब देख ले तो फिर घटा पर से झर 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 नाच चमक चमक वो बिजली दीवानी है बेमिसाल तू कोरी कोरी अनछुई तुझ में है कुदरत सारी खोई तुझ में है कुदरत सारी खोई खोई तुझ में है कुदरत सारी खोई खोई मिट्टी की है मूरत तेरी मासूमियत फितरत मेल, तेरे तन बदन झर 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 अंगार जैसा, तेरा रोम रोम है दहका दहका अग्नि का खेल, तू अगन अगन। जरा थिरक थिरक जरा लचक लचक, कभी मटक मटक कभी ठुमक ठुमक, चली झूम झूम कभी घूम घूम, धरती को चूम मची धूम धूम, चंचल बड़ी तू नटखट बड़ी तू महकी बहार रस की फुहार, तेरे तीखे नैन तेरे केश रैन, ये बल खाना ये इतराना।
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a huge round of applause for Richa or Manmohini? I think the lines between the two are blurred. Before Richa presents her finale, I would like to take a few moments to honor the person who is at the heart of everything that you have witnessed tonight, her Guru. Guru Shri Murari Sharan Gupta ji is the managing trustee of Sámám Center for Movement and Dance and a devoted disciple of the legendary Kathak maestro, late Pandit Birju Maharaj ji. His journey began in dance at a very young age under the guidance of his elder brother, late Shri Raghav Shah, who introduced him to the graceful Lucknow Gharana style. A brilliant performer, selfless teacher, creative choreographer, and percussionist, Murari ji has performed at many renowned dance festivals across India and abroad, with a steady repertoire of solo recitals and dance ballets. He has established himself as one of Bangalore's leading Kathak gurus. Deeply committed to social responsibility, Murari ji founded an NGO wing under Sámám, enabling classical dance education for underprivileged children, lecture demonstrations to sensitize audiences to classical art forms, and multicultural shows for the corporate world. His students are his greatest legacy. Murari ji is also a TEDx speaker. His journey and accomplishments, coupled with his calm, kind, and selfless persona, are a true inspiration. As any student of Sámám will tell you, you learn far more than dance from Murari ji. I would now like to call my father on stage to felicitate Guru Murari Sharan Gupta ji. I also want Sir to come up here and speak a few words about Richa. As you all know, I am the host of this evening. But before that, I am Richa's little sister. And a lot of you get confused thinking I'm the older one, but well, that's how it's been. And that, I think, gives me a small privilege tonight of sharing my little piece of who she really is. Growing up with Richa means a lifetime of bickering, arguing over the most pointless things, and occasionally driving each other absolutely mad, as all siblings do. But what she doesn't know, what I don't think that I've ever said out loud quite like this, is that she has been one of my biggest inspirations for everything I do today. My sister is a go-getter in the truest sense of the word. When Richa decides that she wants something, she goes after it with everything she has. No half measures, no giving up halfway, no waiting for the right moment. She creates the moment. I have watched her do this over and over again in every area of her life, and it never gets less impressive. And Kathak is just one chapter of that story. Because apart from being the dancer you will see on stage tonight, Richa is what you would call a jack of all trades. And she genuinely means it when she takes something on, she works hard on it. She works hard at her job, she creates content, she cooks and bakes, and not just casually, but with the same dedication that she brings to everything else. One day she's training for a half marathon, the next she's off on a trek somewhere, and then, of course, there is the food. Both of us are foodies at heart, unashamedly, enthusiastically so. Some of our best memories together are of trying out new restaurants, exploring new cuisines, and quite simply eating our hearts out. It is one of our favorite things to do together, and I wouldn't trade those meals for anything. The list of everything she is and everything she does truly never ends, and she somehow brings her whole self to all of it. And then there is the talking. Oh, the talking. If you have ever had a conversation with Richa, you will know exactly what I mean when I say once she starts, the floor is hers. And there is very little that you can do about it. She is what I would lovingly call a yapper. And I say that with the deepest affection. Because when Richa speaks, she speaks with such energy and enthusiasm that you genuinely do not want her to stop. You will hear her laugh from the other end of the room. You will know when she's arrived before you've even spotted her. And honestly, that presence, that aliveness, it's one of the things I love most about her. So it should come as absolutely no surprise that the stage is not new to Richa. Alongside the Ghungroos, there was the Dramatics Club in college where she performed, held the stage, and commanded a room just as naturally as she has today. The spotlight has always known where to find her. But the thing that strikes me most about my sister, more than any of her achievements, is her confidence. Richa walks into a room and owns it, quietly, effortlessly, without needing anyone's permission. You could put her in a room full of complete strangers, and within minutes, she will have found her people, made someone laugh, and somehow made everyone around her feel at ease. She has this rare ability to make any space feel like her space and to make the people in it feel seen. I have watched her do this my entire life and I still fully don't understand how she does it. But I have spent a long time trying to learn it from her. She has taught me that confidence isn't about being the loudest in the room. It's about being comfortable enough in your own skin that others feel comfortable around you too. And that is something that I carry with me every single day. What you will all have seen today is a series of beautiful performances. But what I have seen behind the scenes over the years is the hard work, the resilience, and a spirit that simply does not waver. Not when things are difficult, not when she's tired, not ever. I know I may never quite match the level my sister has reached. And honestly, I'm at peace with that. Because what Didi has given me is something far more valuable than a benchmark. She has inspired me to find my own path, to back myself, and to keep going no matter what. My sister is, as I said, a jack of all trades. And I don't just mean that she does many things, I mean that she does all of them well. Genuinely, fully, without cutting corners. And when I step back and look at the complete picture, the dance, the job, the content, the treks, the marathons, the cooking, the baking, all of it, I genuinely cannot believe that one person does all of this. It is too many facets for most people to even attempt. And yet, here she is, doing every single one of them and showing up for each of them completely. And I'll be honest, it leaves me in awe every single time. I think about this a lot actually because I see it happen around me. People get busy, life gets in the way, and slowly, quietly, the things they were once passionate about starts to fade. The hobby gets dropped, the passion gets shelved. There just isn't enough time or enough energy, and before you know it, it's been years since you did the thing that once made you feel like yourself. But then I look at my sister and I think, if she can do it, I can do it too. And honestly, so can you. I know that there are a lot of young people in this room tonight. And if there's one thing that we should take home from this evening, apart from the beauty of what Richa has performed, it is this. Do not let go of your passion. Keep going, keep showing up for the things that light you up, even when life gets loud and busy and complicated. Because it is possible. My sister is proof of that. Every time I see her do something like this, something this big, this beautiful, this hard, it pushes me to do better, to back myself a little more, to keep going. A lot of people ask me who my biggest inspirations are, and my answer is always the same: my mother and my sister. Why would I look anywhere else when I have two of the most powerful, independent, and determined women right at home? Didi, I am so proud of you. Tonight is yours, and you've earned every moment of it. I would now like to call my mother on stage to present something special to our leading lady of tonight. I, I want to call my mother on stage to felicitate Miss Nadin, who has traveled so long and so hard to be here. Can we please have a huge round of applause, everybody? Circling back to the very beginning, I mentioned that my sister started talking before she started walking. And in many ways, that has been the story of her life. Movement has always come naturally to her, but so has expression. Over the years, Richa took up every opportunity she could to be on a stage, whether it was public speaking, content creation, or theatre. As I mentioned earlier, the stage has always been a home for her, long before tonight. And so, it only feels right that the finale of this evening is not just a dance. It is an amalgamation of her love for drama and theatre and Guruji's vision for dance, coming together in the form of a dance drama, what we call in the classical tradition a Nritya Natika. Nritya Natika is a form that marries movement with narrative, where the dancer does not just perform but inhabits a character, tells a story, and takes the audience on a journey. It draws equally from the grammar of classical dance and the soul of theatre, creating something that is at once deeply rooted in tradition and viscerally alive in the moment. It is, in many ways, the most complete form of expression a dancer can offer. Tonight, Richa brings this form to life through the story of one of the most fearless and iconic women in Indian history. I don't want to give too much away, but I will say this. This piece will stir something inside all of you. Something quiet, something fierce, something you may not have expected to feel tonight. So, I ask you to keep your hearts open, your eyes open, and let this performance wash over you completely. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Richa for the finale, Manu.
You know my name. You've seen the statue, the woman on a horse, sword raised, looking like she was never afraid of anything. I want to tell you something before we start. I was afraid, many times. Let me explain the world I lived in. In my time, the 1800s, most of India was being controlled by the British. Not the British government, a company. A trading company called the East India Company, which had been in India for 200 years and had slowly, quietly become the ruler of everything. They had a rule. If a king died without a son of their blood, his kingdom belonged to them. It didn't matter if they had an adopted son. It didn't matter what Indian law said. Their rule was the only rule that counted. Using this, they took kingdom after kingdom. Mine was one of them. My name was Manikarnika. My father called me Manu. A king called me his queen. History calls me Jhansi ki Rani. Tonight, just for a little while, I want to be Manu again. I want to show you what staying actually costs. My mother died when I was 4 years old. Nobody wrote down why. The death of a woman like her in that time, in that place, wasn't considered important enough to document. She was there, then she wasn't, and the world moved on. My father, Moropant, took me to Bithur, a town near Kanpur where the last Peshwa lived. The Peshwa was the head of the Maratha Empire. He had lost his power to the British, but he still had his court, his home, his people. In that court, with no mother and no women's quarter to put me in, I grew up with the boys. I learned to ride horses, use a sword, shoot. The Peshwa loved me. He called me Chabili, the lively one. I was completely free. I just didn't know yet what that freedom had cost. My whole life, I asked one quiet question. What would our home have sounded like if you had stayed? When I was small, I used to sit outside and listen. And when I heard a bird, small, nearby, I'd think, maybe that's her, my mother. Maybe she came back just to sit close for a while. was 14 when I got married. His name was Gangadhar Rao. He was the king of Jhansi. Older, a widower, no children. My family's connections made me a good match. Well, that's the truth of how it worked. I became Lakshmi Bai. I became a queen. I was good at it. I worked hard, I ran the kingdom well, I learned everything. Jhansi had a British officer living there permanently, reporting everything back to his bosses. We were always being watched. In 1851, I had a son. We named him Damodar. When I held him, I thought, this is why I stayed through all of it. This is the reason. He died 4 months later. I don't know why. Nobody knows. He was just gone. 2 years later, my husband was very sick. We adopted a young boy from our family, renamed him Damodar, the same name as the son we had lost. My husband wrote a proper will, made the boy his heir, made me the one who would rule until he was old enough. He did everything correctly. He died the next day. The British said, we don't recognize the adoption. No son of their own blood means the kingdom is ours. I counted his breaths every night. I believed that if I stayed awake, he would be safe. I thought love was the same as protection. I know now that staying doesn't always mean they stay.
तुमसे मन के लगन लगन लगे तुमसे मन के लगन लगन लगे तुमसे मन के लगन लगन लगे तुमसे मन के लगन गली गली घूमे दिल तुझे ढूंढे गली गली घूमे दिल तुझे ढूंढे तेरे बिन तरसे नयन लगन लगे तुमसे मन के लगन 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 पद सारे गरे रे सा पद सारे गरे रे सा मागर पद सारे गरे रे सा पद सारे गरे सा पा मगरे सा पद सारे गरे रे सा सारे ग मा मदा दा पा
Lord Dalhousie was the British Governor General, the top man in charge of British India. He was the one systematically using the doctrine of lapse to take kingdom after kingdom. He said, Jhansi has no son of their own blood. It belongs to us. The British officer actually in Jhansi, Major Ellis, disagreed. He thought I had a right to rule. He wrote a report saying so. His boss, Major Malcolm, hid the report. It never reached Dalhousie. They offered me money and asked me to leave. I refused. I wrote letters. I sent people to argue my case in Calcutta. I hired an English lawyer named John Lang, one of the only British men in India at that time who would admit openly that what they were doing to us was wrong. He wrote about our meeting later. He said, I knew my case better than anyone in the room. I told him, Mera Jhansi nahi denge. I will not give up my Jhansi. They rejected everything, every single letter, every petition. They took my son, I didn't fight back. They took my husband, I didn't fight back. They've taken my home, the one thing I was left to protect, and they want me to be grateful? They think my patience means I agree? It doesn't.
सरफरोशी की तमन्ना अब हमारे दिल में है वक्त आने पे बता देंगे तेरे सोने रूप को हम एक नई बार देंगे देश मेरे देश तुझ पे जिंदगी दीवार देंगे खुशबू बन के महका करेंगे हम लहलहाती हर फसलों में सांस बन के हम गुनगुनाएंगे आने वाली हर नस्लों में आने वाली नस्लों सरफरोशी की तमन्ना अब हमारे दिल में है देखना है जोर कितना बाजुए कातिल में है
In 1857, the Indian soldiers working for the British company had had enough. They rose up. It started in one city and spread across the whole of North India. Jhansi got pulled in. British officers in my city were killed in the chaos. Not by me, not under my orders, but I was blamed anyway. I raised an army. I repaired the fort. I wrote more letters. No one wrote back. In March 1858, a British general named Hugh Rose arrived with his army and started bombing my city. For 2 weeks. My father, Moropant, was with me the whole time. The man who had raised me alone since I was 4. He stood on those walls with me. When the city fell, he tried to escape. He was wounded. He trusted the wrong person. He was caught and brought back. And the British hanged him in front of my palace gates, in public, as a message to anyone who might still stand with me. By then, I was already gone. The night before the fort fell, I came down from the walls. I took a small group of my most loyal people. I tied my son Damodar, 5 years old, to my back with a cloth. I put in armor. I got on a white horse and I rode through the British lines in the dark. A man named Vishnu Bhatt Godse saw this happen. He wrote about it later. He said, I was shouting Jai Shankar, praise to Shiva as I went through. Everyone asks about the swords. Did I have to? Were there reins in my teeth? I honestly don't remember the swords. I remember Damodar, his hands on my shoulders, his face against my back. I remember my horse. She was so steady, like she understood. I remember one clear thought. I've lost everything except this one small person. I am not dying here. Jai Shankar. We got through.
Jai Ho Shankara, Adidev Shankara, तेरे जाप के बिना चले ये सांस किस तरह मेरा कर्म तू ही जाने क्या बुरा है क्या भला क्या बुरा है क्या भला तेरे रास्ते पे मैं तो आंख मूंद के चला तेरे नाम की जोत ने सारा हर लिया तमस मेरा नमो नमो जी शंकरा भोलेनाथ शंकरा जय त्रिलोकनाथ शंभु हे शिवाय शंकरा नमो नमो जी शंकरा भोलेनाथ शंकरा रुद्रदेव हे महेश्वरा सृष्टि के जन्म से भी पहले तेरा वास था ये जग रहे या ना रहे रहेगी तेरी आस्था क्या समय क्या प्रलय दोनों में तेरी महानता 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 नमो नमो जी शंकरा भोलेनाथ शंकरा जय त्रिलोकनाथ शंभु हे शिवाय शंकरा नमो नमो जी शंकरा भोलेनाथ शंकरा रुद्रदेव हे महेश्वरा रुद्रदेव हे महेश्वरा रुद्रदेव हे महेश्वरा
I rode to Kalpi, then to Gwalior. I kept finding people to fight alongside. I kept going. General Rose kept following. He was that kind of man. On the 17th of June 1858, near Gwalior, he caught up with us. I was at the front, not hiding, dressed as a soldier, leading. A bullet first, I kept going. Then a sword to my leg, I fell. My people cremated me before Rose's soldiers could get there. No body for them to take. Nothing to put on display. Rose looked. He found nothing. I was 29 years old. Damodar survived. He spent years after my death in hiding, moving from place to place. He spent his whole life asking the British to give back what they had taken. They gave him a small monthly allowance. He died in 1906, far from Jhansi. His grandchildren call themselves Jhansi Wale, people of Jhansi. They became ordinary people, good, quiet lives. I became a statue in every city, but I would have rather they remembered the staying. Were you afraid? People always want to know. I made a decision. Keep going until you can't. And then keep going a little more. That's different from not being afraid. My son lived. That's the first thing I once said about me. My people protected me at the end. That's the second. And if there's a third, मैं रहूं या ना रहूं, whether I'm here or not, let this go on.
देश से है प्यार तो हर पल ये कहना चाहिए मैं रहूं या ना रहूं भारत ये रहना चाहिए मेरी नस नस तार कर दो और बना दो एक सितारा राग भारत मुझ पे छेड़ो झंझनाओ बार बार देश से ये प्रेम आंखों से झलकना चाहिए मैं रहूं या ना रहूं भारत ये रहना चाहिए शत्रु से कह दो जरा सीमा में रहना सीख ले ये मेरा भारत अमर है सत्य कहना सीख ले भक्ति की इस शक्ति को बढ़कर दिखाना चाहिए मैं रहूं या ना रहूं भारत ये रहना चाहिए मुझे सौगंध भारत भूलूं ना एक क्षण तुझे रक्त की हर बूंद तेरी है तेरा अर्पण तुझे ये सम्मान का है मान रहना चाहिए मैं रहूं या ना रहूं भारत ये रहना चाहिए रहूं या ना रहूं भारत ये रहना चाहिए
बुंदेले हर बोलो के मुंह हमने सुनी कहानी थी खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वो तो झांसी वाली रानी थी
Ladies and gentlemen, what you just witnessed was not simply a performance. Manu is a production piece, one that was conceived, researched, and built from the ground up. The narration that you just heard, that was my sister's voice. The vision behind it, my sister's mind. Every song that carried that story forward was chosen by her, thoughtfully, intentionally, with love. She didn't just dance this piece, she created it. And I think that is what makes tonight truly extraordinary. Because what Richa has shown us is that this evening is not just about her being a dancer, it's about her being an artist in every sense of the word. Ladies and gentlemen, Manu, Jhansi Ki Rani, and tonight, Richa. Please give her everything you've got. She has earned every single second of this applause. Before we move on to our closing words, I would like to call Guruji to speak a few words about Richa.
Namaskar. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all so much joining this beautiful evening and making more memorable. And I'm so happy and proud. Finally, we are able to bring out this Rang Pravesh and Manu front of you. Hope you all enjoyed. This journey was not short, not so easy. We really practiced a lot, and this wouldn't have possible without Richa's parents, their support and guidance, and without blessing. And of course, without Richa. And I wish Richa all the very best for her future endeavor. Thank you so much.
Okay, hi everyone. I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, I have some words here, but I'm like at a loss for words. So again, hi everyone. I hope you had a wonderful evening. Okay, thank you. I'm so glad you did. Months of effort have gone into pulling this off. I remember the first time in December when my parents and we went with Sir and like spoke to him and said, this is what we want to do. And I think I had little faith in me. My parents were also like, okay, she'll, put in her best foot forward. And I was just determined to like somehow pull this off. And I think back in like March, April is when we started practice. Months went into it. Sir keeps joking that I could have pulled 3-4 Rangapraveshs in this much time that you took. But honestly, like when a lot of people say it, but it does take an army to pull something like this off. I think the first person I would like to thank is my mother, because honestly, like without her putting me into dance so early on in my life, she, I think, tells everyone this, and I'm sure like if you've met her, she would have told you I was a very hyperactive child. So I've learned a lot of things, right? I was in art class, I've learned harmonium, music, and everything. But through it all, Kathak is that one thing that stuck with me. And it just felt like, I mean, metaphorically and like for me, realistically, a divine connection. And it went on for like years and years, and then we found Sir about 10 years back. And I think ever since, like dance has had a different meaning for me, because I'm sure people have told you about his calmness, his patience through all of this. I would go to him with like the wildest ideas and he would never shun it off. And I'd be like, oh, okay, fine, let's do it. So that was literally like our entire rehearsals, even when the very wacky song ideas like Manmohini, for me, I mean, is something I wanted to do. The lyrics really like resonate with me, and he was just like, fine, let's do it. And then, he's never said no to anything. Like he truly wanted it to be my evening. So thank you so much for that, Sir. And I think apart from that, I think in the past 5-6 months, Sir and I have had like multiple like kitty parties, like he calls it, or gossip sessions. We would come like, I would like text him at like 11 at night, like late after work, and be like, Sir, tomorrow morning practice? He's like, yes, Gupta ji, let's do it. And then we'd be there at 6:30 practicing till like a good like 9:30, 10, and then I'd go to work and then repeat. And I think that was all like his patience and dedication that has made this evening possible, because honestly, like without him, I was not like, I was prepared to just do an invocation, maybe like some 1 or 2 tals and just like call it a night. But then he really like pushed me through it, saw me through it, and I was able to pull this off. So again, Sir, I can't thank you enough for this. So thank you so much. Honestly, like if you asked me 6 months back, I don't think I would have said that I will be able to pull this off. But I did, and like, yeah, I'm just very grateful that this has happened. Like, I think that 7-year-old Richa who started Kathak would be really proud at this particular moment, because back then I was a very shy child. I would barely speak to people. My mother would go and like talk to people for me, and then to come here and pull off like a solo show on my own, obviously with Sir's blessing, I can't say that enough, but is truly something. And a big thank you to like a couple of people here, to Lisa ma'am and Lakshmi ma'am. They'll hate me for it. They're gonna come kill me now. But they were like the ones like running the backstage. I would just go there and just sit, and they would come like, be like, okay, remove pins from here, let's put this here, let's put that here. And they pulled it off. And even because, a shout out to Lisa, because I remember there was a minute for which I'd taken a pause from Kathak, and I met her in one of the Rangapraveshs, and she's like,
why did you stop? Why did you not come? Why are you not coming? I said, I have work. She's like, so? And then she's like, yeah, but like work is getting, no, so? And then I'm like, oh, okay. And then honestly, I didn't have any excuses then. So yeah, I came back and then, you know, we've been able to do this. So thank you again for that. And yeah, I mean, all these gift baskets that you saw were entirely like my mom and my sisters doing. Like even nights have gone into that, like for them packaging all the, you know, dry fruits together, putting it in basket, making sure it looks beautiful. My sister has gone and like stitched some of the baskets together. It's all homemade with love, handmade with love. So I really hope all of you really enjoy it and love that. And yeah, and I think everyone, I think it takes no artist is complete without the ensemble they have. So a huge shout out to all the musicians here who've been so patient with me through this week. This, I think Manu as a piece is something we recorded in a studio, putting all those sound effects and everything, and like was honestly something that they were on board for. Sir and I just told them that, you know, this is something we have. They're like, okay, give us the script and we'll just add and the effects to it and everything else. And honestly, like Manu as a piece, to be very honest, was something we started, I would say mid-June. Not even like, we didn't even have time, and like, I think you would have known we went to Prague for a week. So it was pulled off, you know, in a very short span of time. But sir had a vision in mind. I went to him, I'm like, I want to do Jhansi Ki Rani. And he's like, okay. And then I went with the script. There were some songs. He put it together. He told me, you know, we can do this, we can do that. A lot of brainstorming has gone into this. There were times you would sit on Amazon and be like, oh, we need to order a baby. And then we literally would just sit and scroll through, oh, this baby is too small. It doesn't look big enough. We need a baby. We need a baby. And then the whole time, then we finally found a baby. My mother found the baby, obviously. But yeah, that, and then like we were like, we need this, we need that. But honestly, like doing that piece was so much fun. It was something very different. I hope you all really loved that and enjoyed it. And a special thank you to the makeup artists behind stage. Like all of you see what is happening here, but backstage, when you're running through performances, changing costumes, they're the ones who make the performances possible, changing your you know, earrings there. Obviously, Lisa ma'am, Lakshmi ma'am are there, but then beyond that, they make sure that everything, you look prim and proper. Obviously, to the cameraman here, thank you so much for capturing such beautiful photos, videos here. Deepika, I heard your speech. Thank you for that, and also for designing the beautiful brochures. And I'm sorry if I'm missing someone, all the technicians here, sound, light, everyone. I think it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. I think I'm just going to like go home, cry, because I'm going to miss this so much. Sir, we need to find something else to keep me engaged with. But yeah, I think it takes so many hands to put an evening like this together, and each one of you being here made it so special for me. So thank you so much. And to everyone present here, to the people closest to me who kept me sane through it all. There were times, yeah, I know people mentioned I showed up for a lot of things and I have more than 24 hours in a day. But I mean, it was a lot of like sleepless nights for me. I haven't I think slept well in the last 5 months. Hopefully I'll go get a good nap. But I don't think tonight it'll be possible. But yeah, I think maybe one of these nights I'll get a good nap. But I think every bit of it was worth it. Thank you for the love, support, and your presence here. It means the world to me. I could have honestly danced to an empty hall, but it's your cheers, your hooting, you clapping. There were times I know I made mistakes, but it's okay, like God be, God and sir, sorry for that. But you know, I tried to put my best foot forward there, but y'all hooting, cheering really made me want to like keep pushing through. So thank you so much for that. And yeah, I think I've over-exceeded my time. Thank you so much for all your love and support. I hope you had a wonderful evening. Handing it back over to my beautiful sister, Shraddha. A big shout out to her for like guiding this evening through like a little fish that she is. Thank you so much for that. And yeah, I think like it's, I don't know, I can keep like, I feel like I keep forgetting people. I'm sorry if I'm forgetting people to thank. But I also know like there was like Garvita backstage, who was helping with gifts, Anvita who gave us stage, Revati who gave us, Miss Nadin who came from so far over here, and thank you so much, ma'am. Your presence means the world to me. Thank you so much. My Nana, Nani are here, uncles, aunt, like so many people are over here. I feel like I'm missing people. I'm trying to name everyone, but I'm sorry. My bhaiyas. Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, I can keep speaking. I can, like, you give me a mic, I can keep talking, but I'm going to call it a night. Shraddha, over to you. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Before we close off, we have something little special for our dancer of tonight. Sir, can you please come on stage? Right. Can we please have a huge round of applause? I also request my mother and father to come on stage as we do this. Can we please keep clapping? I think no amount of cheers is enough for the kind of evening that has been put on tonight. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we arrive at the close of a very special evening. What you witnessed tonight was not just a series of performances. It was years of training, quiet mornings, late nights, disciplined dedication, and a love for this art form that Richa has carried through all of it and will carry forward long after tonight. Rangapravesh, the entry onto the stage. The word says it beautifully. Not just a debut, but an arrival of a dancer who has worked long and lovingly to earn her place here. On behalf of Richa, our family, and Guru Murari Sharan Gupta ji, thank you all for being here, for witnessing, for celebrating, for being the audience that every artist deserves. Can you please give a huge round of applause for yourselves as well? May the rhythm stay with you, may the devotion linger, and may the art continue to connect us long after the lights fade. You are now warmly invited to come up to stage to meet the star of our show, Richa, and take pictures with her. And when you are ready, dinner is being served, it's ready, and please do proceed and help yourselves. It is the least we can do to thank you for being here tonight and for giving Richa the audience she deserved. Thank you. Namaste.